to host this event again this year. And I wish you guys all the very success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chandra Arya. We thank you for being an ally of Africa Development Network Summit for all these years. We can clap for him. Nous allons maintenant introduire les panels. This is a time of panels. Everybody say panel. Panel in French. So the panel is the subject is Economic Partnerships Umbrella Organization. The topic is leveraging Diaspora Network for Investment in Canada and Africa. I'm going to welcome the guest of this panel, Mr. Abel Pli. He has the same name as me. Mr. Abel Pli, you can please come to the stage. He's the president of the African Federation of an Association of Canada of Montreal. Are you here, Mr. Pli? Yes. We can clap for him. You're welcome. You can please come. I would like to welcome to the stage Mr. John Adeyefa. He's the president of African Canadian Association in Ottawa. Let's make a warm welcome. Let's welcome them. I would like to welcome to the stage Mr. Ahola. Let's welcome them. He's the president of the Council of Cameroonian Canada. Let's welcome them. He's the president of the Council of Cameroonian Canada. Let's welcome them. He's the president of the Council of Cameroonian Canada. Let's welcome them. He's the president of the Council of Cameroonian Canada. President of the Council of Cameroonian Canada. So this panel is, the focus on this panel is leveraging a network for investment between Canada and Africa. Can we have the mic set up? Everything's all, we're good to go? Okay, thank you very much. Clap for this beautiful panel, everybody. So this panel will be in English and in French. We have guests. Who speaks English here? If you speak English, make some noise. Si vous parlez français, faites du bruit. Comme vous savez, on est dans un pays où les deux langues officielles sont respectées. Donc nous avons des invités qui parleront en français et d'autres en anglais. Et je sais que vous comprendrez tout le monde sans traduction. Merci beaucoup. Mr. Technician, we need a microphone for the moderator, please. Yes.
There it is, Pedro. Now. Sort of. Check, check. Check.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Hey, hey, check, check.
Oui, exactement. Enchanté, merci beaucoup. Exactement. Je vais prendre vos contacts tantôt, ok?
Check, check, check. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2.
Hello. Bon après-midi tout le monde. Bonjour. Mon nom donc c'est Florence Genzebuhoro. J'espère que vous me voyez à l'écran. Je suis propriétaire d'une entreprise qui s'appelle FN Strategies. Et justement, mon entreprise s'intéresse à tout ce qui concerne les relations entre le Canada et l'Afrique. We are involved in the collaboration between Canada and Africa in my company, my firm. It would be my pleasure to moderate this panel. And before we start, and we have few questions, but we have a special guest. And I thought I would be remiss if I did not present her properly and if I did not ask her to address the audience before we start. So allow me to invite, give me a second. Allow me to invite Her Royal Majesty Queen Vicky Lextar of Amanié Royal High Castle Kingdom to address the audience.
Royal greetings. It's an honor to be here. I'm the Queen of Amanié Royal Kingdom. So Amanié Royal Kingdom is a multinational, multicultural, multiracial kingdom that has its roots from Ghana. We live in a polarized world and there's division everywhere. So we decided, instead of the typical being an African royal being in a place like Canada, focusing on just people from your tribe, I believe I've been called to all people. So we created this kingdom where all people are welcome to be part of this kingdom with the sole purpose of helping and serving humanity and giving the voiceless a voice, bringing the world together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Her Majesty. Thank you for being with us and taking the time to be with us.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Thank you. So this panel is about the impact of diaspora in international business. And of course, we're talking about the collaboration between Canada and Africa. I have a few questions for the audience, and some of them will be in French, and some of them will be in English. If you want to address the audience in French or English, please let me know, and I will translate simultaneously if I can. So the questions aim to provoke deep discussions on how economic partnerships between Canada and Africa can be cultivated through strategic diaspora engagement with a specific focus on overcoming barriers to investment, mentorship, and sectoral collaboration across energy and infrastructure. So the first question would be addressed, before I address the questions, maybe we can present the panelists, sorry. And maybe we go from left to right. Alphonse, vous voulez vous présenter?
Merci. My name is Alphonse Ndemahola. Je m'appelle Alphonse Ndemahola. Je viens de l'ouest du Canada et je suis le président du Conseil des Camerounais du Canada. Et je suis très honoré d'être là ce matin. Merci.
Merci Alphonse. Et Alphonse, vous avez dit que vous avez combien de membres dans le Conseil des Camerounais du Canada?
Nous avons plusieurs centaines de membres. Je ne peux peux pas vous donner le chiffre exact parce qu'on en a tous les jours qui viennent, mais nous en avons quelques centaines de membres. C'est vous dire l'importance de la communauté camerounaise actuellement au Canada. Et ces derniers temps, juste pour votre information, c'est probablement le premier pays francophone d'immigration au Canada ces dernières années.
Félicitations. Félicitations. Très important de le mentionner. Alors, j'aimerais vous inviter, John, à vous présenter.
Thank you very much. My name is John Adeyefa. I'm the president of the African Canadian Association in Ottawa. We are the umbrella organization for 54 African country community associations in the National Capital Region. We have other sister companies across Canada.
That's amazing, 54 countries. Nice to meet you. I want to be part of your organization. Thank you. And je vais vous demander à M. Abel Pli à vous présenter.
Bonjour, frères et sœurs. Mon nom c'est Abel Pli, président de la Fédération africaine et association du Canada. C'est l'association fêtière de toutes les associations africaines ici. Nous regroupons en ce jour 34 pays africains. Et notre rôle, c'est vraiment d'impacter positivement l'économie de nos pays respectifs en Afrique, et aussi de jouer un rôle prépondérant dans notre pays d'accueil qui est le Canada. Alors, je tiens à remercier donc les organisateurs de ce forum, principalement ADN. Merci.
Merci. C'est impressionnant encore une fois, et vous voyez que vraiment les communautés africaines sont déjà organisées et prêtes à représenter le Canada à l'international, et nous remercions le gouvernement du Canada justement qui est en train de nous appuyer dans ces initiatives. Nous avons hâte de travailler avec vous. Alors, je vais présenter la première question si vous me permettez. Je sais que vous avez faim, c'est midi. Mais restez attentifs, ça sera intéressant. Donc, la première question, je vais l'adresser en anglais. John, this will be your question.
Yes.
Is the president of the, do I say ACAO?
Correct.
ACAO. As the president of ACAO, what role do you believe the African-Canadian diaspora can play in fostering greater economic collaboration between Canada and Africa?
Thank you very much. We, the African Canadian in diaspora, can serve a vital connector, driving mutual growth between Canada and Africa. We can do this by a lot of ways. First of all, just like this event that we're having today, business networking. We can promote, we can encourage businesses between Canada and Africa by joining networks like the ADN, by having other organizations like we have the Nigerian Canadian Business Network and so many other organizations. These are just one of the ways in which we can promote the collaboration between Africa and Canada. We can also have trade advocacy, mainly by advocating for trade policies between Canada and Africa. We can provide skill, knowledge transfer between our experienced diasporas to be able to transfer knowledge to our African community. We can do many, many things, facilitating building initiatives, supporting African entrepreneurship, and promoting innovations and many other ways that we can really encourage economic growth between Africa and Canada. These are just few ideas that we can foster. We serve as a role model to be able to bring the continental Africa to the Canadian businesses, promote growth in Africa.
Thank you. And while we are talking about this, can you give us one example of an initiative that you think was a success?
two
Thank you.
initiatives. One of our executives, his name is Valerie Asua. He started as the president, or she started as the president of the Côte d'Ivoire community. During the COVID period, or before COVID, she was elected as the first black woman to be a trustee in one of the Catholic French school board in Orowa. She decided during the COVID period to go to Africa to bring knowledge that she acquired here to help women and youth in Africa through a program by Global Affairs called Volunteer Program. And she has been making a lot of difference. She's there now helping, impacting women, impacting youth, and transferring knowledge to Africa. There's one other example that I'll give. It's something called the QES, the Queen Elizabeth Scholar Program. This is a program in which Africans, scholars, come to Canada with a bit of sponsorship from the Canadian government, with working with organizations in Canada here. These scholars work with one of the organizations, work with us, as well as working with one organization called the New Life Foundation. These scholars from West Africa mostly, they put them to assist organization here and also to bring the knowledge that they gain from Africa from Canada to Africa to help out in building and making the country that they came from to be much better for growth and to empower the people of the nation where they come from. These are just some of the examples that I will mention that we can collaborate with either our own people to bring knowledge to our continent to assist them in raising Africa that we want to be the best, to compete with other continents.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As you can see, there are good initiatives happening, and this is what we want to hear, exactly what you just said. Thank you so much. Her Majesty, please allow me to ask you a question. So my question to you, Her Majesty, will be this one. As a leader and advocate for the African diaspora, how do you envision African traditional values contributing to modern economic partnerships between Canada and Africa?
Thank you. Our values have always been a guiding force, a source of strength, unity, and integrity, and also our identity. So even as we come into this era of collaboration, modern economic collaboration, it's important that we don't let go of that. And I believe that these values actually have a lot to present to Canada, a lot to actually also put together to come to that place of understanding that these transactions are not just on paper, but it's relational to people as well. Development has to go beyond just, GDPs and all that. It has to go into the lives of people. And I believe that indeed when we actually train our young people as well to value the African heritage, and when they come here, they show that true heritage. But unfortunately, these days, when they come, they forget it. And they take on just the bad habits here. They don't even take the good culture of Canada. They take on the bad ones, and then they make Africa look bad. But when we are able to instill in them the value of what they really have, they cherish it, and then they take the best of Canada. And in that way, we're able to create a better collaboration for a better future and for the young generation to be able to take it to the next step.
Thank you, and thank you for your leadership, Her Majesty. May I ask you one more question, Her Majesty? So the next question for you, Her Majesty, would be this one. What initiatives can African monarchs and leaders, and you are one, from diaspora launch to promote collaboration in sectors like culture, education, and trade between Canada and Africa?
As monarchs and leaders, we have a special relationship with our people. It's important that we actually listen to the people, see exactly what is needed. Initiative like this is very laudable, and it's important to create also not just the panelists and the audience just listening, but to create that platform for real networking. So actually, real businesses can start right from here. Right from here, we don't just go back to our usual daily lives, but businesses, important steps are taken in action so that things can move forward. Also, in terms of culture, cultural exchange is a good thing to have, where people move from here to Africa to understand the way we do things, while we come here to also understand the way they do things. Canada is a very stable country, but it has a whole lot of diversity. But it's important to understand what is original, what is not, what is truly Canadian, what is not, so that we can also put our hands to the plow to make Canada a better place. Wherever we are, we have to make that impact, that indeed we're people of integrity.
Thank you, Her Majesty. You're such an amazing leader, and thanks for showing the example to all of us here. Thank you. Ma prochaine question sera pour Alphonse. Do you want it in French or English?
It's up to you. Si tu veux, je peux le faire en français
En
ou
français?
en anglais. En français ou en anglais, ça dépend.
Ok, je vais poser la question en français pour notre audience francophone aujourd'hui. Alors, comme le président du Conseil des Camerounais du Canada, comment est-ce que vous voyez le rôle de la diaspora camerounaise dans la promotion du développement économique au Canada et aussi au Cameroun?
Alors, merci beaucoup. Je voudrais d'abord remercier ADN pour l'invitation. C'est un grand honneur pour toute la diaspora camerounaise du Canada de pouvoir être représenté ici pour échanger avec vous sur les réalités des Camerounais qui sont au Canada. Donc, je remercie vraiment ADN pour ça. Et avant de répondre à la question, je ne peux pas m'empêcher de souligner un certain contexte que nous tous nous savons. D'abord, nous sommes dans un monde d'incertitude actuellement. Il y a de très grandes incertitudes. Vous savez que nous pouvons nous réveiller le lendemain matin et on nous dit que la Troisième Guerre mondiale est annoncée. C'est des choses qui sont actuelles. Mais nous savons aussi que nous sommes dans un contexte dans lequel les pays africains actuellement affirment leur souveraineté et veulent aller au-delà de l'aide, mais à un partenariat égal à égal avec tous les pays du monde. Alors, dans ce contexte-là, on se pose la question de savoir qu'est-ce que la diaspora peut faire. Pour ce qui concerne les Camerounais notamment, ils font déjà beaucoup de choses. Par exemple, ici au Canada, les Camerounais ont commencé à s'organiser depuis longtemps pour pouvoir créer un écosystème dans lequel ils peuvent se soutenir mutuellement. Par exemple, nous avons une association des médecins camerounais. Et vous savez que les médecins au Canada, les médecins qui viennent de l'étranger, ont un vrai défi à pouvoir s'intégrer. Donc les Camerounais sont organisés pour créer des passerelles faciles pour les Camerounais qui viennent et qui ont un background de médecin pour s'intégrer à la réalité canadienne. Nous avons aussi cela aussi pour les ingénieurs et pratiquement tous les corps de métier. Alors, ce que le Conseil des Camerounais du Canada fait là-dedans, c'est que le Conseil réussit à connecter toutes ces organisations camerounaises-là, de sorte qu'elles puissent travailler sur le Canada d'un océan à un autre. Donc, c'est ça principalement que nous faisons ici au niveau du Canada. Et les Camerounais au Canada ont créé des entreprises. Il y a des Camerounais qui sont chefs d'entreprise ici au Canada, qui créent des emplois. Il y a des Camerounais qui participent à un très haut niveau, même sur le plan politique, vous le savez probablement. Et au Cameroun aussi, ils font des choses au Cameroun. Et le plus important, évidemment, au Cameroun, c'est le transfert d'argent. Et je voudrais souligner que en termes de transfert d'argent, et c'est pour ça probablement que les moments comme ceux-ci sont importants, parce que nous devons aller au-delà du transfert d'argent et créer de la richesse en investissant dans nos pays. Je suppose qu'à la suite, nous allons arriver à développer cela plus précisément, mais effectivement, les Camerounais investissent dans leur pays il y a des difficultés, il y a des défis qui sont liés à ça. J'aurai l'opportunité de revenir éventuellement là-dessus. Merci.
Merci. Vous m'entendez? D'ailleurs, notre organisateur de l'événement, Franklin Epapé, est lui-même originaire du Cameroun.
Oui.
Applaudissons-le.
Tout à fait.
Merci beaucoup. I'll ask you the next question in English, so we address our English audience as well. What challenges do you encounter when trying to facilitate investment between Cameroonian business in Canada and those in Cameroon, and how can they be addressed?
Okay, I think there is a lot of challenges, and it looks like, those challenges are common to many African countries. So one of the challenges, for instance, the complex administrative process. It's so complex that it's very difficult to understand. So, we are used here in Canada. You can create a business in Canada in 30 minutes. 30 minutes, it's enough to create a business. So, but if you go, for instance, in Cameroon, for sure it wouldn't take 30 days. It will probably take more than 30 days. And I assume that it takes 30 days if I assume that you understand the system. But most of the time, nobody understands what is going on. Unless you're already used to the system, you don't understand it. So we have this complex administrative process. We have also very limited access to information. So there is not much information. And when we have that information, it's not available. The access to information is not guaranteed. So, and that's one of the problems that we have. There is also a tax burden and delays. Some Cameroonians, for instance, are going there and doing businesses, but at the end of the day, the bottom line will be very difficult to maintain because of taxes and things like that. So this is one of the things that are very important. And when it comes to Cameroon specifically, we have this challenge of dual citizenship. We don't have dual citizenship in Cameroon. So because we have come in Canada and we are now Canadian, sometimes we are just, it's very difficult to engage with the country in terms of, all the documentation that you need in order to go there and do business. So it takes some time, it takes some difficulties, and these are things that we are discussing with the Cameroonian government to see how they can facilitate this process. So there is some solution that we are trying to have. So one of the solution in simplifying procedures, for instance, it's very important to simplify procedures. And we are now suggesting to create what we call in Cameroon, in French, guichet unique. So we'll have one place where you go and you can solve all the problems. So you don't have to engage with hundreds of people. You only engage with one or two, and then you're able to solve the problems that you have. So these are some of the solutions that we are trying to bring about, and we hope that it will work. But it's critical, it's very important to the government in Africa, to understand that as diaspora, we are willing to go and invest in Africa. I bet every African Canadian, every Canadian of African descent want to do something for Africa. I don't see anyone who doesn't want to do something in Africa. But how to do that and what does it take? That's the challenge. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alphonse. And you're highlighting a very important topic, all the dreams we have to foster collaboration between Canada and Africa, but it's not that simple. There are so much complexities to overcome. I just opened my own firm, just opened a branch in Rwanda. And I don't know if the High Commission is still here, Commissioner is still here because I'm facing the back. However, I want to congratulate Rwanda. It took me maybe half a day to open a whole business in Rwanda. Everything was, yeah, everything is simple, one place. You ask questions, they respond to you. And I want to say I'm not Rwandese at all, but I was welcomed. So yeah, that's a good example to follow.
Rwanda is showing the way in many areas. So I really want to say thanks to Rwanda, and I hope other countries will emulate it around and will be better off by that.
Absolutely. So, ma prochaine question est en français et je vais l'adresser à... donnez-moi une seconde, parce que Abel Pli, président de la Fédération africaine des associations canadiennes, qui réside à Montréal. Alors, ma question est celle-ci, Abel. La Fédération africaine des associations canadiennes, je m'excuse parce que je suis en train de traduire en même temps. La Fédération africaine des associations canadiennes regroupe plusieurs communautés africaines au Canada. Comment voyez-vous que ce réseau, comment entrevoyez-vous plutôt que ce réseau peut faciliter des investissements stratégiques entre le Canada et les nations d'Afrique?
D'accord, merci beaucoup. Avant d'être président de la fédération, le bon nom c'est Fédération africaine et Association du Canada. Donc Fédération africaine et Association du Canada, c'est ça. Donc avant d'être président de la Fédération africaine et des associations du Canada, j'ai été d'abord pendant plusieurs années président de la communauté ivoirienne du Canada. Donc le nom Fédération des associations ivoiriennes du Canada, c'est au sein de cette fédération que nous avons eu à faire plusieurs progrès. Nous avons eu à faire nos preuves par la mise en place de plusieurs structures qui existent aujourd'hui et qui ont atteint leur maturité. Au niveau de la Fédération africaine et Association du Canada, nous regroupons en ce jour 34 pays d'Afrique. Et nous voulons nous constituer en une petite union africaine parce que notre objectif, c'est d'aller chercher tous les autres pays d'Afrique, tous les autres ressortissants des pays d'Afrique qui sont ici au Canada et à les amener à se structurer. Parce que si nous ne sommes pas structurés, nous ne pouvons pas avancer. Nous ne pouvons pas atteindre les hautes sphères de prise de décision. Donc notre rôle, c'est d'abord de coordonner toutes ces associations-là. D'ailleurs, dans mon conseil d'administration, j'ai la Mauritanie, j'ai le Cameroun, j'ai le Mali, j'ai le Sénégal et la Guinée. Donc, mais en notre sein, nous avons donc élargi jusqu'à 34 pays et donc nous cherchons à atteindre tous les pays, je dirais peut-être les 54 pays d'Afrique. Et nous avons plusieurs dimensions d'intervention, la dimension communautaire, la dimension politique et la dimension développementale. La dimension communautaire vise à donner un coup de main à nos frères et sœurs qui viennent d'arriver, à les insérer dans les tissus sociaux et économiques au niveau du Canada ici, parce que l'un des défis majeurs que nos compatriotes rencontrent lorsqu'ils arrivent, c'est le défi d'intégration. Le défi aussi de respect des normes du pays d'accueil, parce que il faut le dire, en Afrique, nous avons des cultures complètement différentes des cultures des pays occidentaux comme le Canada. Donc quand nous arrivons, il faut donc sensibiliser ses frères et sœurs à la notion, donc aux normes et règles ici au Canada. Nous avons ce défi-là. Et avec ça, nous organisons plusieurs séances d'accueil, d'intégration à ce niveau-là, de la collaboration entre les parents et les enfants. Et au niveau de la dimension politique, l'un de nos rôles, c'est de soutenir des compatriotes africains qui veulent postuler donc, à des postes politiques au niveau du Canada, parce qu'il faut s'insérer dans les tissus politiques, parce que c'est là que se prennent les grandes décisions. Donc, si vous êtes absent là où on prend les décisions, c'est dire que les décisions vont s'imposer à vous. Mais il faut être là où on prend les décisions pour avoir son mot à dire. Et au niveau développemental, effectivement, la FAC veut être le levier, le pont entre le Canada et l'Afrique, de sorte que nous puissions donc envoyer des hommes d'affaires canadiens qui veulent investir en Afrique et aussi faire le retour des hommes d'affaires d'Afrique qui veulent aussi s'acquérir des compétences, des outils également de formation au niveau du Canada. Donc c'est ce rôle de structure fêtière que nous jouons jusque-là et les choses se passent très bien. Voilà un peu ce que je peux dire à ce niveau, en ce moment.
Félicitations pour
Merci beaucoup.
vraiment, ouais, vraiment, faut applaudir parce que vous faites un excellent travail. J'espère que vous travaillez avec les autres organisations ici présentes,
Tout à fait.
justement. J'ai une autre question pour vous. Ça serait quoi les secteurs émergents, que ce soit la technologie, agriculture, énergie? Ce sont les secteurs dont on parle le plus souvent en ce moment en ce qui concerne le développement en Afrique. Ça serait quoi peut-être votre exemple, meilleur exemple d'un secteur émergent que les Canadiens, les investisseurs canadiens africains dans lesquels nous pourrions investir? Et j'en suis une.
Je pense qu'aujourd'hui, on est tous d'accord que le concept à la mode, c'est l'intelligence artificielle. Et il faut creuser davantage parce que généralement, on le dit en Afrique, lorsque le concept arrive en Afrique et que nous essayons de nous approprier, c'est qu'en Occident, ils ont déjà dépassé cette phase-là. Mais il faut s'approprier le concept d'intelligence artificielle, mettre ça en pratique, essayer de l'incorporer dans nos habitudes. Je pense qu'il y a un de mes frères qui parlait ici des défis au niveau administratif. Et aujourd'hui, il y a plusieurs cours qui se donnent, des cours d'administration publique où on essaie de dire comment intégrer l'intelligence artificielle à l'administration publique. Donc, on doit regarder ce concept-là et dire qu'effectivement, avec l'intelligence artificielle, on peut résoudre plusieurs problèmes, sans oublier qu'il peut avoir aussi des conséquences néfastes. Donc, il faut une utilisation, je dirais, responsable de l'intelligence artificielle. Mais je dirais que c'est vraiment ce concept-là que nous, on va dire, je ne sais pas s'il faut dire les deux pays. Bon, l'Afrique, c'est un continent, le Canada, c'est un pays, mais les deux partenaires, oui. C'est le mot que je pourrais dire. Les deux partenaires doivent regarder ensemble donc, comment adapter ou comment utiliser l'intelligence artificielle dans nos administrations publiques.
Merci. Tout à fait, tout à fait. Her Majesty, I'm missing your voice. Please allow me to ask you a question. So the question is this one. How do you see the role of women in the African diaspora in driving investment and entrepreneurship between the two continents?
Right, thank you. Women are often the backbone of communities and economies. A lot of the times, women are busily fighting to say that what men can do, they can do. But I do believe that we're all equal. 80% of what God created man to do, a woman can do. 80% of what God created a woman to do, a man can do. But there's a 20% that's for the man, and a 20% that's for the woman. If only we were to empower these women to bring out this 20%, that really is about nurturing. It's about bringing others along. The African woman is not about competing with the man. It's about bringing the best in the community. The strong black woman today is known as the one who's domineering, who's trying to prove they're better than the man. But the true strong black woman is the one who's actually bringing out the best in the men, the best in the children, the best in society. So as we empower these women in entrepreneurship and investment and all that, they don't just move along to things that are profitable, but socially impactful. Dr. Kwedri Ivory once said that to educate a man, you educate an individual. But to educate a woman, you educate a whole village or a whole nation. And indeed, when women have the strength and the ability and the support to take business and investment forward, they don't just focus on themselves. They focus on the whole community, the whole country, thereby bringing different people together.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I do believe African women, we are resilient and we are intelligent. I do believe. No offense to men. No offense. May I ask you another question, Her Majesty?
Yeah.
How do you balance the preservation of African heritage with the need of for economic modernization and global competitiveness in these partnerships?
Right. Now, much as we value our heritage and all that it comes with, it doesn't mean we resist progress. It doesn't mean we resist modernization. Unfortunately, sometimes what happens is that people are so stuck in their ways that they see the progress coming, but they don't want to change. But we have to understand that we can still value and honor our heritage while we still open the doors for modernization and to see how best we can actually use what we have to create something better. We owe it to our people to find out what worked for our people 1,000 years ago may not necessarily be working for our people today. How do we now blend what the Western world has, what the technology has, without losing the value of who we are? There's this stories, maybe some of you have heard about the girl who was cooking chicken or turkey and cut the limbs all off before putting in the pot. The friend asked her, "Why do you do that?" And then she said, "Oh, it's our tradition. That's how my mom always did it." So the girl went to ask the mom, "Mom, why do we always cut, all the limbs of the chicken before we put it in the pot when we're doing the roast instead of keeping it whole?" The mother said, "Well, that's our tradition. That's how my mother always did it." So she calls her mother, and the mother said, "Oh, well, back in the day, the pots were all very small, too small to have the whole chicken. That's why we cut it." It wasn't tradition. There wasn't anything African to that. So it's important that we come to a place of understanding why we do what we do. Is it really because it's a genuine tradition that helps the people, or because of circumstances? And with that in mind, we are able to understand that when we add technology and all that modernization has to offer, we still hold and honor our heritage and we will not lose it. And yet, we're able to serve our people better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I applaud? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Her Majesty, thank you so much for your enlightenment. I'll go back to you, John. It's been a while. So my question to you is this one. How do you think the African Canadian community can help address the challenges of access to capital for African businesses looking to scale internationally? How do we access to capital?
That's a very, very good question. Our African Canadian community can play a vital role in addressing access to capital challenges faced by our businesses by many ways. One of them is by joining a network like this, joining a community. In our African Canadian Association, we regularly offer literacy, financial literacy, and business seminars, and also facilitating connection, mentorship, knowledge sharing. These are just one way. Advocating for inclusive lending practices, diverse policies by governments and by financial institutions. These are some of the things that we can do. But overall, we need to support our African Canadian businesses, navigating government programs by introducing so many of these programs to break it down to them in level where they can understand. We can leverage also our African professionals, expertise that will help them to do more in Africa and to facilitate the direct investments in some of the things that we do. We also have the largest remittance in diaspora to our various different countries. We in diaspora have the money to be able to help out the people in Africa. We can set up bonds, diaspora bonds. We can invest in African businesses, and most especially we can do capacity building, helping our various different African businesses to teach them how to navigate loans, how to apply for loans, how to be able to get loans. And we can also do partnership with African businesses. These are just some ways in which we can navigate all the challenges that people have.
Thank you, John. I'm afraid. Can you hear me? Yes. I'm afraid your voice is, your microphone is not as loud as the other ones. At least I have some challenges listening to you, but thank you for your insight. I'll go switch to French pour mon ami Alphonse. Alphonse, est-ce que tu pourrais nous donner quelques exemples comment le gouvernement camerounais est en train de travailler pour renforcer ses relations avec la diaspora camerounaise et attirer les investissements des Camerounais du Canada vers le Cameroun?
Bien, le Cameroun, le gouvernement du Cameroun a mis en place un certain nombre d'initiatives qui sont intéressantes. Notamment, il y a une initiative qui s'appelle Dias Invest 237. Ça a été mis en place en 2019 et c'est un programme qui permet les investissements des Camerounais de la diaspora, mais notamment en France. Surtout, ça vise surtout les personnes de la diaspora en France. Mais il y a aussi au Cameroun le Forum international des investissements de la diaspora au Cameroun. Donc, il y a eu par exemple une session en avril, il y a une session qui vient à Yaoundé en avril 2025. Donc c'est quelque chose, il y a des choses comme le projet Diaspora, Diaspora and Local Youth Joint Venture. C'est un projet dans lequel les jeunes de l'international peuvent se mettre en joint venture avec un jeune Camerounais sous le soutien du gouvernement du Cameroun. Et ça, ça marche actuellement. Je sais que peut-être il y a quelques semaines seulement que la phase pour cette année a été fermée, mais récemment, c'était ouvert. Des jeunes Canadiens d'origine camerounaise, par exemple, pouvaient faire une affaire avec des jeunes Camerounais. Je crois que la limite, ça doit être 34 ans. Et alors, ils peuvent ensemble faire du business au Cameroun avec le soutien du gouvernement camerounais. Bon, il y a aussi évidemment des plateformes numériques qui sont mises aussi en place. Et récemment, nous avons eu des discussions avec le gouvernement du Cameroun où il s'apprête à créer, par exemple, travailler avec nous pour permettre l'accès plus facile aux informations, pour mettre à la disposition de la diaspora, par exemple au Canada, toutes les possibilités que le gouvernement du Cameroun donne pour pouvoir aller investir au Cameroun. Alors il y a toutes ces opportunités-là qui existent, mais comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, il y a quand même un contexte qu'il faut certainement améliorer en termes de facilité d'accès, en termes de facilitation de la législation locale, en termes d'amélioration des moyens de communication pour que la diaspora soit au courant et en termes de clarification des procédures pour pouvoir faire toutes ces démarches.
D'accord. De très bons exemples. Merci beaucoup. I would want to see if I still have time, Abel, if you are around here. Do we have time? Combien de minutes? 2? Oh, 2 minutes. Okay. What do I do with 2 minutes? Tell me. Her Majesty, may I ask you, I guess I'm putting you on the spot since we only have 2 minutes and I feel like I should maybe ask you what advice, what's your insight about this conversation? Give us a word of wisdom.
Well, I'll say again, thank you for this platform that you've offered, and I would just encourage everyone here. Again, let's not allow these things to just end here. Let's build bridges. Let's allow our knowledge to come together to really build a better future. We can talk, but if we don't act on it, it becomes a waste. We have so much to offer our people, and let's really get together. Let's connect. Let's stay in touch, and let's be a people of our word. Indeed, we are resilient people. We're resourceful, and yes, sometimes life hits us in a way that knocks us off. but we able to rise again and create a better bridge for the next generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Her Majesty, for the word of wisdom. So our panel will end here. I'll take an opportunity to thank you all, my panelists, the panelists, for responding to the questions, and I hope the audience can applaud you. Merci beaucoup.
Nous pouvons encore applaudir ce beau panel qui a eu lieu tout à l'heure. Okay, so we have a special guest this morning. We're going to talk about investment opportunities. Nous allons parler des possibilités d'investissement et nous avons un invité qui va nous parler de certaines opportunités possibles entre le Canada et l'Afrique. Monsieur Nabil Al-Maoui, sous vos applaudissements. Merci.
Good afternoon. Bonjour. Every project we undertake tells a story. When we invest in infrastructure like roads, energy, and clean water, we are not just building physical structures. We are building futures. My name is Nabil Al-Maoui, CEO of AG Consultancy. We are creating pathways for education, healthcare, and economic opportunity. Each time we bring an investor and a local entrepreneur together, we are igniting the spark of innovation that can change lives more than just business. It's about empowering communities and ensuring that everyone has a chance to thrive. As we embark on this journey together during the forum, I invite each of you to reflect on the incredible opportunities that lie within Africa market. Let's challenge ourselves to think boldly about how we can make a difference. Join us at AG Consultancy Al-Maoui Group as we work hand in hand to unlock the potential of Africa through sustainable investments. We are proud in partnering with AND, the African Development Network, led by its CEO, my friend Franklin Epape, where we make dreams come true. Together, we can drive meaningful change and shape a brighter future for generations to come. Thank you for your coming today. I look forward to connecting with each of you and exploring how we can collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nabil Al-Maoui. Thank you for highlighting opportunities, investment opportunities. Food is coming. I know everybody is hungry. La nourriture arrive dans à peu près 30 minutes. Les panels sont de plus en plus intéressants. Donc, on est là toute la journée. On mangera 2 fois. Donc, vous inquiétez pas. There's enough food for everybody. Meanwhile, we're going to welcome somebody who's special, who's going to entertain us with a song. Let's welcome Miss Nikki Clark.
Good afternoon. All right, good afternoon. Bonjour tout le monde. Ça va? Excellent. Everyone doing well? Fantastic. Thank you so much for the introduction, my good friend Abel. And I'm Nikki Clark. I wear a number of hats. One is the National Business and Membership Manager of the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce, as well as being an entrepreneur. I do have a talk show on Afro Global Television, named after me, and I am also a singer and songwriter. I grew up listening to inspirational music, soul classics, and I would love to sing this song and dedicate it to everyone here who follows their purpose in life and serves selflessly. And I want to acknowledge a very special gentleman who I call my brother, Franklin Apepe, who was honored recently for his dedication to the community. So if we can just give him one more clap for his great work. This is a classic song. I hope you like it. It's called You Are So Beautiful, and it's dedicated to you all. You are so beautiful. To me, you are so beautiful. Yes, you are. To me, can't you see? You're everything I hope for, and you're everything I need. You are so beautiful to me. You are so beautiful. To me, you are so beautiful. Yes, you are. To me, can't you see? You're everything I hope for, and you're everything I need. You are so beautiful to me. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. You're beautiful.
What a beautiful performance. Thank you, Nikki. Miss Nikki Clark, everybody. As you know, Impact Diaspora International Business Forum is all about joining global leaders, entrepreneurs, innovators, and this is an opportunity to learn, to connect, to grow, learn about sustainability and business empowerment opportunities in AI in Canada and in Africa. We're going to welcome the second panel, and then right after we will eat, okay? The second panel is about energy and power. Everybody say energy. I know you like energy, that's why I said. And so energy storage solutions, overcoming intermittency in renewable energy. And this afternoon, we have the pleasure of welcoming experts in that domain. I will let's welcome to the stage Mr. Dan Klink. Let's clap for him. He's the CEO of East Africa Power. You can make some noise, come on. And then let's welcome the CEO of Kroon Electric Group, Miss Audrey Kroon. And we would also like to welcome the CEO of the Canadian Centre for Women Employment, the multi-award winning in economic justice advocate, Miss Messi Meseret Haloyesus. And then the last guest is the executive director of la Fédération des gens d'affaires francophones de l'Ontario, Mr. Richard Kempler. This second panel on the topic of energy and power will be moderated by the president of Congolese Community Canada, Ottawa-Gatineau, an entrepreneur, Miss Yvette Ashiri.
Is it on? Can you hear me? Can you hear us? Good afternoon, everyone. Bonsoir, tout le monde. Bonsoir. We're talking about energy. It shows how my energy level. No, it's not the evening. We are the afternoon, right? So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. So just like Abel said, today we are going to discuss about energy and power. And we have with us here Mr. Dan Klink, who's the CEO of East Africa Power. And I will leave an opportunity for each of you to introduce yourself. We also have Miss Audrey Kroon, who's the CEO of Kroon Electric Group. And we have Miss Meseret Haloyesus, CEO of the Canadian Centre for Women's Empowerment, and Mr. Richard Kempler, Executive Director of Fédération des gens d'affaires francophones de l'Ontario. So I will give an opportunity for each one of you to introduce yourself, and I will explain the way we will proceed. So I'll be asking a question particularly based on your expertise, and feel at ease to reply if any of you have another answer that you would like to provide. And then to conclude with last remarks. And at this time, we are here up to 3, so we won't be taking questions from the audience. So I will leave the floor now to Mr. Dan Klink.
Very good. Is this microphone working? Great. Is everyone feeling electrified? Hey? I think after that performance and song, anybody who called it the Dark Continent has never met you before. That was beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Franklin. Thanks for this opportunity. My name is Dan Klink. I'm from Sherbrooke, Quebec. I'm an entrepreneur who really just fell in love with developing renewable energy in Africa, and it's been a wonderful decade and a half of exploring, chasing waterfalls, seeing the evolution take place in solar and battery, and being welcomed across many different countries to address energy generation gaps. So our company's East African Power Corporation. I'm the founder, the CEO. We're in more than 10 countries, again, primarily in East Africa. Our largest project in Congo, in the DRC, where probably one country could power the entire continent, if not a little bit of Europe. So it's a pleasure to be here and speaking about our passion, which is SDG 7. Maybe as a show of hands, how many people here know what SDG 7 is? So we'll have a lot to talk about and why we're passionate about universal access to affordable power.
Thanks, Ken. Am I on now? Vous m'entendez tout le monde, oui? Ça va? Un petit peu? Moins?
Pas encore.
On va parler plus fort?
Essayez encore. Essayez encore.
Hello? Do you guys hear me?
S'il vous plaît, le micro.
No, you don't hear me? Okay. Vous m'entendez pas?
Mic number 2.
Oh, maybe I didn't turn the power on. Sorry about that. Hello? I wanted you to come here and see me. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So a little bit of a spin from Dan. You can see he's a power guy. My dad started Croon in 1976. I did my first service call at the age of 7. I've been working power my entire life. We were a construction company at Croon, but in 2002, my brother, who you may have met last year, he was on the panel, we changed the vocation of our company. We went from a construction company to an electrical asset management company. So what we do can be very dangerous because we can work on systems from 120 to 8 up to 315 kV systems. And also with the electrification of everything that's coming on board with our aging infrastructure here in Canada, new infrastructures globally that are happening, we recognize the need not only to build, but once we build these systems, how are we going to maintain them? A system properly maintained should last 25 to 30 years. If not, that drops to 17 years. So we want to focus on that. But the other element we really want to focus on at Croon is how do we make our systems safe for the people that interact with them every day, from the end user at home to the building operators, to the managers. There's ways that we could educate how to do these tasks safely, and that's what we're going to approach, I think, this afternoon. It's not morning anymore. So thanks for having me. Thank you, Franklin, pour l'opportunité. Puis au plaisir de parler à tout le monde cet après-midi. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Nice to see you. Thank you so much for this, panel. So my name is Messi. My official name is Mesret. I'm the founder and the CEO of the Canadian Centre for Women Empowerment. So for the past 23 years, I advocated tirelessly for women economic justice. So my organization is the only Canadian organization addressing economic justice through policy change, research, and advocacy. I work with all levels of governments and private companies, including telecom, energy sectors in Canada. So one of my policy asks for Canadian government is to create a sustainable infrastructure for a woman to access energy and telecom, which is the only way to access our economic resources so that women who live in poverty, they can access. So in addition to that, I have international engagements with United Nations, including UN Women and the Status of Women Commission. I think my perspective today from women economic empowerment perspective as immigrant Black women who is tirelessly advocate for women economic justice in developing nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Messi.
I'm the last one, Richard Kempler. I'm not an expert on energy at all. I'm the executive director of the Franco-Ontarian Business People Association. We have several members who are active in energy. We have OPG, Hydro One. We also have Boralex, which is a leader in renewable in Quebec. And now they will launch their first operation, and they will commission a 400 megawatt plant in Ontario early 2025. And one of the main topics of our annual business forum, our annual business forum in 2025 will be held in Sudbury, Northern Ontario on May 15th. And one of the main topic will be energy transition. So I guess I'm here as the outcast or the odd one out, but I will be ready and willing to answer any question, provided I know the answer, and I'm not sure I will.
Amazing. Can we give them a round of applause, please? So today's discussion is really to stimulate insightful discussions about energy storage solutions in Africa and their potential impact on overcoming intermittency in renewable energy systems, and as well as the role of international partnership between Canada and Africa. So my first question will be to Dan. What are the key challenges in implementing renewable energy projects in East Africa, and how does energy storage play a role in overcoming them?
Thank you. Excellent question, and maybe as I could frame the question a bit by understanding the opportunity or the market dynamics that frame that question. So the East African power pool has different challenges than the Southern African power pool or the Western African power pool. There's different challenges in each one, and there's common challenges, of course, that is expressed with reaching those targets. And what is that gap? And maybe it's not as well known, but there's still 625 million Africans without access to electricity. That is a whopping number. And there's still 800 million that continue to cook with firewood, with charcoal, and unsustainable resources. And so while we can talk about the electrons that are used onto a national grid, it's the electrons or energy use on the domestic level, which presents various opportunities that need to be looked in context to those key challenges. And so the great opportunity is really a $1 trillion market. It's a $1 trillion market because there's more than $350 billion needed in new energy generation alone, and more than 55% of that will be coming from hydropower and solar power. So again, these are renewable energy assets that are coming in, and of course, there's some intermittency that is driven in from renewables. And what is the grid mix that's coming in with solar? Hey, solar is cheap, bringing in, but the reality is there's clouds that come, there's rainfall, it's only sunshine a certain number of hours per day, and the peak demand it doesn't address. So again, to the question of energy storage, and again to Canada, is that the best battery is actually water. And so there's tremendous opportunities in pumped storage that need to be explored within different generation models taking place. So the key challenges as a private sector is that where to come in and which markets are more attractive than others. So perhaps the last a very attractive market because it had an energy gap, but now it's gone from 15% energy access to now 85. That's been matched. So it's not a market that's of particular interest as a private sector because actually the supply and demand have now matched. So as a challenge is that the price per kilowatt hour as an investor has come down. But then you look at the DRC market, which has tremendous opportunity in price, much larger market to take a look at. So again, the tariffs are much more attractive because you're displacing diesel fuel. So really where the opportunity exists in key risk is in public-private partnerships, and which markets are addressing in the most conducive regulatory policies. So this is where private sector and public sector come together, form a partnership for a long period of time,
African governments might not have the technology or expertise to implement these solutions. So it falls on the private sector. The framework are PPPs. Those PPPs are long-term, and the key challenges is often affordable capital, but that capital does exist. So again, the markets that make the most conducive regulatory environments, standardizing those power purchase agreements, implementation agreements, they attract the private sector to come in, and those specific markets end up closing that supply gap much quicker than other markets. So again, it's a tremendous opportunity, but a lot of it gets driven down into the key risks of government, offtake risk, and not so much on the technology anymore.
Thank you. So in terms of misconceptions, because there are some common misconceptions about the cost and the scalability of energy storage solutions in Africa. What would you say, how can we address that? How can they be addressed?
I assume that the question is for me again. So what's interesting is the cost of these renewables, and we all know that the price per kilowatt hour of solar has dropped significantly, and so it makes solar very attractive, but only to maybe 10 or 15% of a total grid mix, and that cost per kilowatt hour of coming in is maybe 5 or 6 USD cents per kilowatt hour, assuming everything is within that right regulatory environment. When it's not, it has those challenges and you need additional risk and the cost of capital is higher. That cost of electricity, it can easily be 12 or 15 cents per kilowatt hour. And this is without discussing storage. So again, solar in maybe in DRC, we can discuss, you know, Kolwezi Likasi, which might need 1,000 or 2,000 megawatts of power. The cost per kilowatt hour of coming in might be 10 or 11 cents. But needing a battery solution would really drive up that cost to almost double, depending on the number of hours of that usage. So again, the scale of it moving up will be really driven by the cost of battery. And again, this is what we're trying to end. You know, the battery materials, as spoken earlier this morning, are in that area of the DRC. And the coltan and the lithium and the cobalt and the nickel are taken from there, shipped out on boat to China, brought back in as American products at 10 times the cost. And so really what needs to change the battery is that batteries need to be built in Africa by Africans, and to end this era of things not being done. So again, it begins with energy, but that cost per kilowatt hour will drive down when it's domestic industry that is taking place. And so that's what we really hope to see over the next 10 years.
Thank you. So my next question will be to Ms. Audrey Kroon. Kroon Electric Group specializes in energy storage technologies. What do you see as the biggest opportunity for energy storage in Africa?
I'm learning a lot about Africa. This is new to me. I'm not going to come here and say I know everything, so bear with me. But that's why we're having these conversations now, right? So I'll explain a little bit more Canada, because I think we have a great infrastructure here, or let me rephrase that. We're starting to have a good game plan, right? We have an aging infrastructure, but we have awesome methodologies here in Canada. We work safely. We have an excellent electrical code, and we could educate globally practices that we learned the hard way by injuries, whatever, and be at the forefront of that as we embark in our journey in Africa and other places as well. So here in Canada, we have aging infrastructure. We're putting a huge demand on our systems. You probably know we're losing a lot of electricity, and they're becoming more frequent, and it's 1, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Now you can imagine in Africa where people don't even have power, so we shouldn't be complaining here in Canada. so I'm not going to take that away either. But the intent is to learn what we're doing here and start having backup systems here and not, we're always reactive. We should have been dealing a lot with our aging infrastructure here in Canada before what we're dealing with now. Electrification of everything is here. Everyone wants electrical vehicles. We're taxing our electrical grid. So why we're introducing new technologies and implementing them here in Canada, and then also we'll be able to implement that globally as well. So the biggest challenge I see is, well, one, Canada here, we don't have the infrastructure in place to even sustain the new growth that we have. We don't have it. I work and discuss a lot with the companies that you were talking about, and that's the conversation we're having, but it's a shame we should have had these conversations 20 years ago. It's a nice part with Africa, if we could sort of figure this out now, we're not going to be talking about this in 20 years from now when we're starting to build these infrastructures. Let's deal with this right away. So, like I said, unfortunately, I don't know enough to tell you the challenges Africa has, because I do not know, right? I know what my colleagues teach me. I'm learning about it, but I do know that I'm here to help on electrical safety in the workplace, how to educate your team members on working and interacting with electrical equipment safely. And just because it's DC power and not AC power and you have batteries and all that, people think it's not dangerous. It's just as dangerous, if not even more. So I think that's a conversation as we're talking about power globally. We have to keep in mind electrical safety for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. My next question will be to Messi, and I will come back to you again, Audrey. So, what inspired your involvement in the intersection of women's empowerment and sustainable solutions?
Yeah, that's a very important question. So, yeah, in terms of my inspiration, I'm a woman, a mother, a sister, a community builder. So I think the way I brought up just makes me to wake up every morning to do something for this world. And I have seen that many women like me have a lot of challenge and barriers to access their own economic resources. So as a change maker, I think that keeps me driving to move forward. Yeah, I think if I could answer your question, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So how can energy storage solutions address the unique energy needs of women, particularly in rural areas?
Yeah, so as you know, women generally, whether we live in developed nation or in poor countries like Africa, women live in poverty because of number of reasons. So access to energy is a key and a game changer for women economic empowerment. I can give you an example, women in business, women in agriculture, women who is in the food industry. One of the barriers is it's very hard to sustain the cold chain of their processed food, and then so that they cannot be on the market. So when you see about the importance of energy, it's very critical when we talk about women economic empowerment. And then also when you see from the Sustainable Development Goal perspective, one of the SDGs, women health, right? Women health is included, but still our women, they live in poverty. They don't have access to finance. There isn't any credit system. There's a socioeconomic problem. Our policy is not even designed for us, and it's very sad, truly speaking. And there's a lot of barriers. So I think energy is like, it intersects even with all Sustainable Development Goals. And then it's a key, it has a key role to play to break even the cycles of poverty. So the way I speak is from economic empowerment perspective and SDG, because that's the most important thing to have it in this conversation.
Very important, definitely. Thank you for the answer. And now my next question will go to Mr. Richard. So you are the executive director of Fédération des gens d'affaires francophones de l'Ontario. And my question to you would be, what are some of the key policies or incentives that could help attract investment in energy storage in countries, Francophone countries?
Francophone countries in general, or in Africa, or in Canada? Because, I mean, we have a problem right here at home. In Ontario, we have about 4,000 megawatts of storage capacity, of which 2,500 are large batteries. It is a complex situation. There is not a one-size-fits-all in terms of energy storage. This is true for Ontario. This is true for the rest of North America. This is true for Africa, all the more as far as Africa is concerned. So I think we have to have a mix of solutions to address the problem. My colleague over there mentioned the fact that 3P partnerships are of the essence. It is a very long-term investment. I have a daughter who works in France for a Belgian company active in agrovoltaic, so with agriculture. Their return on investment, their plans are made on 20 years, and this is in a developed country. We're talking France. If we talk Africa, you have to have the guarantee that you'll get a decent return on investment. Of course, all the players in energy generation and storage are there for the long run. But if you can't guarantee a framework which is a guarantee of stability, you'll have a problem. Your ROI will be diminished all the more. Now to talk more on the technical side, I think storage is good. Of course, prices went down 20% 90% for cost of batteries over the last 10 years. It's still expensive, not only to build, but to maintain. You have to have the transfer of technology. So you have to have the manpower. And Mrs. Kroon mentioned it. I mean, you have to have the qualified manpower to maintain the storage. So A, to produce, B, to maintain. C, there are unique opportunities in Africa. The minister from DRC mentioned the fact that they have the hydroelectricity. Not everybody has it, but roughly, the eastern part of Africa is very well suited for hydro, whereas the western part, the northwest part, is very much suited for solar. There is one example I could mention in passing in Ouarzazate in Morocco. They have solar panels. They use solar in the day, and they use molten salt. So they use heat to keep storage of electricity. And this is one of the solutions which is very creative. And the ingenuity of the solution is something which should be applied. So again, there are several solutions that, I mean, we could talk, I mean, compressed air, for instance. There are natural caves in Africa which could store compressed gas and reuse it as a storage to generate electricity. So there are several solutions which are available, which exist, which are proven. The only not so proven solution would be hydrogen, but let's not get there for the time being. But the thing is, from an investor standpoint, and from a francophone investor, but say we're all business people, whether speak English or French, I mean, there is no such thing. I mean, the lingua franca is the ROI. So as long as you could guarantee a legal framework which is sustainable in the long run, if you have access to a well-trained workforce, these are the keys to success in electricity generation and storage in Africa.
Thank you. Merci. So now I will open the floor. I will ask a question, and any one of you who feel like answering can answer. So the next questions, we spoke a bit about the misconceptions. Now I would like to talk about the barriers. What are the barriers to the widespread adoption of energy storage solutions in Africa, and how can they be overcome? So feel free to start.
I'm being pointed to down here. there's many barriers, right? And again, it begins from an understanding, right? A knowledge and a priority. And so what priority is energy having from a policy perspective? And so again, that's why I wanted a raise of hands of how many people know what SDG 7 is and why is it important. The UN sets many goals, and we always say, for those of us in the sector for SDG 7, is that it's the golden thread to the other SDG goals, because solving the energy poverty gap is a way of addressing all the other issues where actually Africans can work their way out of poverty or out of these situations because it has access to power. The made in China turns into made in Africa because of that. Jobs are created because of that. And when it comes to battery solutions and to what that knowledge is, it really stems from, is this a priority knowledge to have, and what are the needs of it within the different policy frameworks for least cost power development plans. So decisions are made on a national levels of what is the appropriate grid mix, what is the appropriate storage to be had. And again, there's a large dialogue about a just energy transition, so phasing out of fossil fuels. Let's just get rid of them, right? But the reality is that you need some of that to balance the grids, which is a requirement. It takes time. When you look at the percentage that is coming in, water is the best battery. So again, look at Norway, 99% hydro, has pumped storage, is selling that power to neighboring countries. And I think the same presents itself in the African continent, where we're building a project in Malawi. And so the needs in Malawi might only be for another 50 or 60 megawatts, but on a 120 megawatt project, plus maybe a neighboring project of 300 that would have storage, it actually acts as a battery within the Southern African power pool. Zambia and Zimbabwe present the same thing. It acts as a battery. And so I really like to prioritize that, because the cost of it over the long term is much less than with other battery solutions. And so when you talk about it on a national grid level, it's very different than talking about it on a household level or on a mini grid level. So the energy gap is really one to look at within three categories. So if it's talking about solar home solutions, the reality is that there's about 250 million Africans that will receive their power through solar home systems. And so the battery is required for that solution. And so prioritizing that you're not going to extend the grid out into unaffordable areas, it comes down to the cost per connection per household. So again, that's that segment. Then the other reality is that 250 million Africans live in clusters, and so it doesn't make sense to have large systems. It makes sense to have mini grids and smaller community systems that really have those battery storage that is built in place and prioritized. And nothing will really be better than solar battery solutions as a combination. And again, cost per kilowatt hour being sub 15 cents, and as technology drives, maybe 10 cents per kilowatt. But there's a knowledge gap of knowing how those solutions are needed in specific areas. And on a national grid is that there's one thing to talk about energy generation, there's the other thing about energy efficiency. So the cost per power for a country is different in different areas, because the generation might be made in Kampala, and yet the demand might be in the western regions. And the cost there requires actually battery systems that are in different areas. So again, dynamic grids, reducing the losses within national grids really points to where there will be an evolution in artificial intelligence and metering that will be smart metering that really drives in the placement that battery comes in. So it's a long-winded way to say it's a complex issue to talk about where battery is needed and why, but it begins with the purpose behind it and adopting and accepting a cost for it versus other alternative solutions. So, yeah.
Thank you. Messi? Yeah.
In terms of the barriers, especially for women who lives in rural area in Africa, so as I mentioned earlier, affordability, for example, in Ethiopia, I can also mention some few African countries. access for energy, it's really, really very expensive. It's not affordable. I have seen also a lot of startup, a lot of amazing business as a community, but they couldn't succeed because of lack of support and energy. And the other thing is there is no any standard or clear policy to support these women in terms of accessing finance. The microfinance institution, they don't have even detailed understanding about the importance of energy. There is a misconception and misunderstanding among decision makers. Decision makers, they think energy is, of course, energy is very important, but they didn't, most of the time, they wouldn't consider it as much important, I believe. So I think there's a huge misunderstanding. And when you talk about women, of course, as you know, the gender norm is also one of the factors. So women are not on decision making, in consultation, in any policy, advocacy or wherever. They are not involved, especially women in energy sector. And infrastructure is also another issue, as you know, especially in rural area. You can imagine. And the other factor is also war. I'm from Ethiopia, as I said. There is still ongoing war. Access to energy is a huge issue right now. This is also another external factor that affects us. And still many women, they are dependent on biomass like wood, coal, and it has also an impact on air pollution. And in addition to that, the health outcome is also another thing. So there is a lot of barriers, but in terms of proposed solution, we need to develop inclusive microfinance. That's the most important thing. And in addition to that, policymakers also, they have to develop inclusive policy for women, especially women in business. That's the most important thing. And of course, we need to invest on SDG. That's a game changer, as my colleagues said, because if you don't invest on SDG 7, we're not achieving the Sustainable Development Goal by the end of 2030. So I think this is the most important thing. We need to take an action. And in addition to that, we need to invest on research as well. So for example, in the past, we tried to explore how the impact of violence and women who have access to economic resource, for example, one of the sectors we were interested in is energy and telecom. So we have seen that there is a huge misunderstanding, even in government policy. They don't consider energy as economic resources, and especially women who live in abusive, in a trauma relationship. You can imagine in that situation, when they leave that house or household, they need those resources, but unfortunately they don't have money, they can't afford. Even in Canada, it happens actually. In a very cold weather, we have seen many women's bills is cut because they don't have the right to access their bank account. So it's kind of a sectoral work. It needs not only in Africa, but also here in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. You actually touched my my next question when we're talking about finances. What role do international financial institutions and governments can play in supporting development in energy storage and infrastructure in Africa? I would, whoever would like to answer, you can start, and then I see maybe Richard, and then.
Yep, sure. I don't think we should overly rely on government institutions to finance. The energy is key to developing any nation anywhere on earth. There is a return on investment. It is a necessity. It's a basic necessity. You mentioned it. Not only that, it is the key to any development, any economic growth. So asking somebody to subsidize or to invest is not the same thing. I think private sector should be the key. At least from developing country towards Africa, private sector should take the lead. Now, in terms of 3P partnership, public-private partnership in Africa, again, I'm going back to what I mentioned earlier on. If there is a legal framework, if there is stability, if there is a free flow of finances in and out of the country, Ms. Ngiziburo earlier on mentioned Rwanda with a very business-prone approach. Cameroon is not there yet. Djibouti, for instance, is very good at attracting foreign investment and cutting red tape. If if you have such solutions in place, you will automatically generate an interest in investing in energy production, the grid, and storage. So the solutions will come automatically because the need is there, the price per kilowatt hour is dropping tremendously, and the forecast of the growth in Africa, GDP growth is between 5 and 7%. This is the fastest growing region, and this will remain so in the next 20 or 30 years, just like the population growth in Africa is staggering. So the need is there, the resources are there, the natural resources are there. We spoke about cobalt, lithium, all the raw materials in Africa. There is a next step there is produce locally, also the raw materials, also the systems themselves in Africa. But without going so far ahead, just by securing a legal framework, you will automatically attract investors.
Thank you. Would you like to answer that?
Sure. The international organizations that and DFIs should be playing a much more active role in de-risking and in providing soft capital and taking more risks. And I think one of the reasons why there's been a lack of uptake, not only on the generation side, but the transmission or distribution side, is that the DFIs need to be taking, and multilaterals need to be taking much more risks than they are today. And so I think the solution really begins to get driven again by the private sector that partners with the DFIs. And again, if you look at the gearing that's done, 80% of it, the generation projects are driven through debt, 20% through equity, and even there's a plethora of equity funds that are even funded from these DFIs. So the amount of dollars that can go far from Canada or the US or the West or other places can go quite far in leveraging that source of capital, which is and should be cheaper. The problem is it's not cheap right now. And we all know what has happened in global markets with inflation is that the cost of that capital has risen tremendously, almost doubled because of inflation. And that makes it that much more difficult to make these projects economically viable. So what we see is it's the right capital, and so it's a new era of what is the blended capital needed to get these projects off the ground. And eventually, over time, it will be pension funds rolling out and a pure private sector in place. DFIs play an intermediary role at the beginning, but they need to be taking much more aggressive approaches, and also just providing the risk insurance, currency convertibility. Again, if you're developing a project in Malawi, you're paid in kwacha, but you can't find dollars. Or if you're in Burundi and you get the Burundian franc, but you can't find dollars, how are you going to pay back that debt? So I believe that the DFIs and multilaterals can provide a lot more support from an insurance and from a currency conversion, as well as providing better gearing and lower cost of capital to enable this. Because again, the SDG goal is not about just access to power, it's access to affordable capital. And the game changer really falls on DFIs on the early stages.
Thank you. Would you can go ahead, yeah?
I could add a little something to this. I'll take my spin on this, and if it's the wrong answer, I'm learning just as much this afternoon, so thank you for being on the panel today. So I know from our point of view, we try to even donate as a private company, you try to donate to African companies, or countries, I should say. And it's a huge challenge. We bought some, for instance, some solar lights for the schools so the kids could still keep learning at night. You know, lights go out and they could still learn. It took literally probably almost a year to be able to get them through the customs and get through the red tape. So I don't know if this is part of the question that you asked, but it's, as investors or people that just want to do good and try to help in our own little way, we need to be taught how to do this a better way. There has to be a better way if we want to help, right? And it has to be done in a way that is easy for investors in the private sector. Everyone's very busy. So the last thing they want to do, this becomes a full-time job just for us to try to donate and give stuff, right? So I think that's a conversation that needs to be had, and is that at the government level? Is that at a different level? I know at the panel before, I was listening to the gentleman that was sitting here, and I forget all the names, and I do apologize for that as well, but I was listening a little bit, and I think that's something they're working on, is try to remove some of that red tape to make it easier for us to help African companies. Did I hear that correctly this morning? Yeah? So that's a big thing. I think if you want private investors to come in, it has to be made a lot easier. Thank you.
Thank you, Messi.
Sorry. From the economic empowerment perspective, yes, international organizations, they play a major role on empowering women, especially access to finance. So in March, actually, in March 2024, the United Nations umbrella Coalition International Development for Finance, they came up with key policy recommendations for all financial institutions in the world, including World Bank. So that call to action has number of key policy asks for all bank leaders to make sure that women have the right to access the most important, credits. So this credit and lending service helps them to access their fundamental, economic resources, including energy, telecom, and other resources. So I know in Canada, Bank of Montreal is part of that. I don't know if anyone is from Bank of Montreal. So it's a very exciting moment. It's a very exciting initiative. So my organization also takes international initiative to take this very key important work to work with also Canadian Bankers Association in Canada. So this is kind of most exciting initiative to make corporate world to be more social responsible. So again, investing on access resources is a fundamental game for either for energy and then other sectors. And the other thing is, private-public partnership. I know my background is in public health and environment science, so I'm very, very, have better understanding how the private and public partnership is very impactful on access to energy, and in addition to that, also prevent also air pollution. So I'm also very aware, for especially the country I came, Ethiopia, their government doing amazing work, that private and public partnership, including investment on solar energy. So now women, they can have their own food, agriculture-led business in a small community. That's a huge step, what I have seen. I remember when I practiced, I was a midwife back in the days. So when I deliver a baby, I put all my vaccines in kerosene refrigerator. You can imagine how the cold chain is interrupted. I'm very sad when I see it, but now when I go back, I have seen that through private and public partnership, a lot of rural health centers, they can have solar energy so that health workers, frontline professionals, they can deliver proper quality of care because of the cold chain. So this is kind of the impact I have seen in also a few countries.
Thank you. All great answers. Can you hear me? Okay. So I think we will have a bit of time to take at least maybe one or two questions from the audience. My next question is regarding how can Africa benefit from Canada's expertise in energy storage and renewable energy technologies, and what collaboration models would be most effective?
Sure, I'll jump in, but I'm sure we all have something to comment on this one.
I think we can help you on that.
That's great. It's amazing. Think about the numbers. Hydro-Quebec alone over the next 20 years will invest $185 billion in renewable energy generation over the next 20 years, Quebec alone. And if you couple that with Ontario, that matches the gap on the entire African continent. And so I think a lot of people don't realize, but the mecca for hydropower and transmission and distribution, electrical expertise, Montreal, Ottawa, this area is a mecca of the entire Western Hemisphere. The best minds, the best companies are here, and there's a tremendous gap of companies not yet exploring or properly integrating across the opportunities on the African continent. So this is a mecca of technology and expertise that is truly untapped. It's something that we're definitely taking advantage of as one company, but there should be hundreds of companies taking advantage of this also. So just to note, this is a mecca. Yeah.
Absolutely. If I can speak about Ontario. The installed capacity nowadays in Ontario is 42,000 megawatts. In 2050, it's going to be 88,000 megawatts. So it's a huge investment. Unlike Quebec, where 94% of electricity generation is from renewable sources, mainly hydro, the mix in Ontario is slightly different. We have nuclear for 60-odd%. Nuclear was totally out of the picture for the past 20 years. Fukushima, the referendum in Germany, and so on and so forth. Now they're not talking, they are reopening 3 Mile Island in the States, but Canada is at the forefront, as you said. I mean, it's a mecca for new energy. Is it new? It's not, but it's part of the energy mix of the future with SMR, the small modular reactors, which will help. The first one will be commissioned in 2028 in Darlington, 300 megawatts. This is part of the solution. Solution is not a one-size-fits-all. The solution is a mix in terms of energy generation, clean energy. Ms. Kroon mentioned, and she was rightly so, she said that our own guidelines, our federal guidelines in Canada, for instance, by 2035, we should phase out all gas generation. The problem right now in Ontario is we're increasing electricity from gas generation because there was a lack of forecast. There was a political decision also way back in 2018 to cut solar production, but it's coming back now. So the problem is, we have all means of technology available here in Ontario. You spoke about biomass and pollution. We have in Northern Ontario, I mentioned Sudbury earlier on, we have a company which generates electricity from biomass without any outside pollution. We're talking about generators, the cold chain. We have local portable generators, which usually they work with diesel oil. This one is a Franco-Ontarian company. It's a generator which works on electricity. So it generates electricity from electricity. So it's 100% clean. We have very inventive solutions. We have ingenuity in Canada, speaking about Ontario, but Quebec and the rest of Canada too, I must say, be it in nuclear, solar, in heat pumps, probably hydrogen, all kinds of solutions which could be helpful for Africa, not only for Africa, for the rest of the world, of course, starting with ourselves and our neighbors.
Very interesting. So I've been told, yes. So, yes, question for Dan, go ahead.
It's able, right? Asked a question about what would it take to get batteries made in Africa for Africans. Peut-être je réponds cette question un petit peu en français parce qu'on a un ami de la RDC qui a vraiment une solution incroyable pour ça. There's a great solution for this problem right here. And a discussion that exists is that the natural resources exist in Likasi and Kolwezi. The nickel is close by, the lithium is close by. And Canada, we have the hydropower technology.
to increase Enzilo, the hydropower plant. And there's solar that can be built to go and support the energy needed to set up such a factory. And really, the funding is right here in this room, and Canada has that, and CCC and FinDev Canada. There's investors, there's developers right here in this room where that technology can be done and built, and made in Congo can make a change across the entire continent, because batteries can be developed and built there. Not only batteries, but then electric vehicles. And again, the entire ecosystem can change, and I think it begins right in this room. Here's a wonderful minister of planning. This is a project that is a high priority. The Prime Minister of the DRC was here this week saying, hey, this is a priority project. It can happen this week here in Ottawa. And I think the reality is the solution is in the dialogue, and that's the importance of what takes place at ADN in these types of forums. So the expertise is in this room, the money is in this room, the people are in this room. It just needs to get done.
If I could add to that as well. I'll add a little bit to this as well. In Canada, what we have here, we have the training, people that could train the people in Africa to do it. And I think that's key as well. It's one thing to say this, but if we could go there and educate, and we get ladies and gentlemen to become tradespeople, to learn the skill to continue for the next 100 years, that's going to be success. So it can't just come from here, we're going to come and do it, because to me, that's going to be a mistake. It's, you know, hand in hand, let's do it together and educate each other. I think that'll be the best way. Just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I know I've been told that time is going and people are hungry. So I would like to end this panel discussion, very interesting, with these words that Dan mentioned. The solutions is here. We have the people. We have the investors. So it starts by a dialogue. So this is the opportunity today to learn more and connect with investors, connect with the entrepreneurs. So this is a very valuable discussion that we had. And thank you very much for your time, and thank you for you as well for listening.
Thank you. Merci à ce beau panel de discussion sur l'énergie. Et maintenant, c'est le temps. On va prendre une pause, mais avant la pause, on va inviter notre amie Nikki Clark pour une petite chanson. Et là, ça va être la pause pour pouvoir se désaltérer et manger un tout petit peu. Je vous demande d'applaudir très fort. Let's welcome Nikki Clark. She's going to sing us another song for us. Are you guys having fun this afternoon? Are you learning? Are you growing? Yes? 2 people are growing. 2 people are learning something. Are you learning something today? 4 people. Okay, let's welcome Miss Nikki Clark for another song before our break. Thank you. Let's welcome Nikki Clark, everybody.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you. Yes, I'm learning a great deal. How about everyone here? Yes? Yes, I'm like a sponge. There's so much to learn, and I'm so happy that you're here. You know, the weather outside might be frightful, but you're also delightful. So please, enjoy the day, network. There's some wonderful food coming out, and I'm going to sing again for you. Is that okay? Fantastic. So I asked my brother Franklin, I said, what song would you like me to sing? He says, what do you think? I said, Patti LaBelle, and he said, that's the one. So there's a song that I grew up listening to, If Only You Knew by Patti LaBelle. so I hope you enjoy it. A little soul classic for you. Your Royal Majesty, good to see you. I must have rehearsed my lines 1,000 times until I had them memorized. But when I get off the nerve to say a word, the words they never seem to come out right. Oh, if only you knew how much I do love you. If only I do need you. I dream of moments we shared, but you're not there. I'm living in a fantasy. You don't even suspect. Could probably care less about the changes I've been going through. Only I do love you. Oh, you know how much I do. I really do need you. Now you don't even suspect, could probably care less about the changes I've been going through. Only I do love you. Oh, you know how much I do. I really do need you. Only I do love you. Oh, you know how much I do. I really do need you. Hey, yeah, you don't know. I said, you don't know. And I thank you, and I thank you. I do need you. Thank you. Thank you.
you very much, Miss Nikki Clark. So we're going to take a short break, a long overdue break, to eat a little bit. So we have until 10 minutes after 3. This is the first little meal that we're gonna have. We're gonna have a second one shortly. So don't be discouraged if there's not a lot of food. There's another meal that's coming. And then right after, we'll have the third panel. I hope you guys are still excited. Are you excited? We all need energy and power. So let's take the break right now. On se revoit à 15h10 pour le troisième panel. Je vous ferai appel avant que ça commence. Merci. À tout à l'heure.
ẹ̀kọ́ sì lè sọ ní dọ̀gá múra kí o kọ dáradára. Bí orí ọ̀pọ̀ ènìyàn tí wọ́n fi ẹ̀kọ́ ṣe ẹ̀ríní, ṣọ́ra kí o má ṣe farawé wọn. Nítorí pé ìyà ń bọ̀ fọ́mọ tí kò gbọ́n, ẹkún bẹ fọ́mọ tí sá kiri. Má fòwúrọ̀ ṣeré ọ̀rẹ́ mi, múra síṣẹ́, ọjọ́ ń lọ. Múra sí iṣẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ mi, iṣẹ́ ni a fi ń di ẹni gíga. Bí a kò bá rẹ́ni fẹ̀yìntì, bí ọ̀lẹ là ń rí. Bí a kò bá rẹ́ni gbẹ́kẹ̀lé, a tẹra mọ́ iṣẹ́ ni. Ìyá rẹ lè lówó lọ́wọ́, bàbá rẹ sì ní lẹ́ṣin léèkàn. Bí o bá gbójúlé wọn, ó tẹ́tán ni mo sọ fún ọ. Ohun tí a kò bá jìyà fún, ṣé kì í lè tọ́jọ́? Ohun tí a bá fara ṣiṣẹ́ fún, ní pẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹni. Apálára, ìgúnpá ní iyì kan. Bí ayé bá fẹ́ ọ lónìí, bí o bá lówó lọ́wọ́, wọn á fẹ́ ọ lọ́la. Tàbí bí o bá wà ní ipò àtàtà, ayé ayé ọ sí tẹ̀ríntẹ̀rín. Ṣùgbọ́n jẹ́ kí o dẹni tí ń rágò, kí o rí bí ayé ṣe ń símú sí ọ. Ẹ̀kọ́ sì lè sọ ní dọ̀gá, múra kí o kọ dáradára. Bí orí ọ̀pọ̀ ènìyàn tí wọ́n fi ẹ̀kọ́ ṣe ẹ̀ríní, ṣọ́ra, ṣọ́ra kí o má farawé wọn. Nítorí pé ìyà ń bọ̀ fún ọmọ tí kò gbọ́n, ẹkún bẹ fọ́mọ tí ń sá kiri. Má fòwúrọ̀ ṣeré ọ̀rẹ́ mi, múra síṣẹ́, ọjọ́ ń lọ.
VC Music.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Please the sound. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start in 5 minutes. Please get back on your seats. We start with the third panel. Sound. Mesdames, Mesdemoiselles et Messieurs, nous allons reprendre dans 5 minutes. Je vous demande de vous asseoir. Merci. Dans 5 minutes. Merci. Ok, mesdames, mesdemoiselles et messieurs, nous allons reprendre. Si vous voulez bien vous asseoir. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue with the summit. Did you guys have enough food? Okay, so I'm going to invite to the stage the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco. Let's welcome Honorable Nadia Touhami, please. Everybody.
Good afternoon, Her Majesté, Monsieur le Président de la Chambre des communes, Monsieur le maire de la ville d'Ottawa, Madame l'ambassadrice de l'Union africaine, Excellence Monsieur le ministre, I am very happy to be with you today and participate in this forum. As the Vice President of Chambre of Representatives of the Moroccan Parliament. C'est avec un insigne honneur et un réel plaisir que je prends la parole devant vous, qu'il me soit permis de féliciter le réseau africain Development Network ADN et les autorités canadiennes pour l'organisation de la 3e édition du Forum international des affaires Impact Diaspora 2024. Ce forum qui nous réunit aujourd'hui constitue un espace interactif de dialogue et d'échange constructif entre les communautés afrodescendantes. C'est également une occasion pour nous de reconnaître et d'honorer les contributions inestimables de la diaspora africaine. Mesdames et messieurs, les diasporas sont beaucoup plus que des mouvements de population. Elles sont un facteur d'enrichissement économique, social, culturel dans les pays d'accueil et d'origine. Elles contribuent au développement des liens commerciaux, de relations d'affaires et de transfert de connaissances. En tant que telles, les diasporas constituent un acteur clé de la coopération internationale, contribuant non seulement par des transferts financiers, mais aussi par le partage de compétences, de savoir-faire et de valeurs qui enrichissent les sociétés. Nous avons tous conscience des importantes contributions des communautés à la diaspora africaine ici au Canada, de même qu'ailleurs dans le monde. Les communautés afrodescendantes occupent une grande place au Canada où la diaspora africaine comprend des scientifiques, des artistes, des entrepreneurs et plusieurs figures politiques. D'ailleurs, le Canada entretient avec le Maroc d'excellentes relations en raison notamment de la présence d'ici d'une communauté marocaine dynamique qui contribue à la prospérité et à la vitalité des deux pays. Mesdames et messieurs, la diaspora africaine représente avant tout une opportunité précieuse pour notre continent. En effet, les transferts de fonds et des investissements de la diaspora africaine sont vitaux pour la croissance future du continent africain. Au-delà des contributions financières, la diaspora participe activement au transfert d'expertise, de compétences, de savoir-faire et d'innovation technologique. De plus, elle participe activement à la création des réseaux internationaux en ouvrant la voie à de nouvelles opportunités de collaboration entre l'Afrique et le reste du monde, consolidant ainsi les liens commerciaux et diplomatiques des pays d'Afrique à l'échelle mondiale. En tant que pays d'origine, le transit et de destination, le Maroc continue sous la conduite éclairée de Sa Majesté le roi Mohamed VI de déployer ses efforts pour une Afrique prospère, interconnectée et intégrée où les citoyens et les diasporas jouent un rôle important dans le développement de leur pays et ceux de leur destination. Ainsi, le Maroc a toujours été partenaire fiable pour de nombreux pays africains investissant dans l'éducation et le développement durable à travers le continent. De plus, le Maroc a mis en place un certain nombre d'initiatives pour faciliter la mobilisation de la diaspora africaine, en particulier dans le domaine de l'entrepreneuriat, de l'innovation et du transfert de compétences. Nous avons compris que pour relever les défis économiques et sociaux auxquels le continent fait face, il est nécessaire de capitaliser sur les compétences et les ressources humaines de nos diasporas. L'une des initiatives phares du Maroc est le soutien à l'investissement et à l'entrepreneuriat. Le pays a mis en place des programmes d'incitation pour encourager les membres de la diaspora à investir dans les projets innovants, créateurs d'emplois et d'opportunités. Ces initiatives visent à stimuler le développement de l'économie marocaine tout en offrant un modèle à l'échelle africaine pour encourager les diasporas à participer activement à la transformation de leur pays d'origine. Mesdames et messieurs, l'objectif n'est autre que de réaliser le co-développement, le progrès et la prospérité de tous. De toute évidence, ce forum constitue un élément d'appui déterminant sur cette voie. Je vous remercie.
Merci, honorable, pour ce beau discours inspirant. Nous allons passer maintenant à la prochaine partie. I'm excited to welcome the keynote speaker before the... Oh, bien sûr, bien sûr. I have a surprise for you. So this is the second time I see him during the week, so I'm very excited. Make some noise for Councillor David Hill.
Well, I'm sure glad I'm not the keynote speaker. A lot of pressure is taken off my shoulders now, that's for sure. This is amazing. Merci beaucoup, Franklin, Andre. It's amazing to be here again with the Africa Development Network. What an amazing event. What an amazing event. I'm so proud as one of the city councilors here in Ottawa to be one of the folks that can help support this. And I know that every year, Franklin, under your leadership, this is just going to get better and better and better. I'm curious, how many folks do we have here from Ottawa? Can you just put your hands up if you're from Ottawa? Okay, so we got maybe 60%. Okay, I got to be selfish for a minute. How many people do we have from Barrhaven? Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, that's great. We got about half of it. That's great. No, I'm selfishly, obviously, really proud of all the folks that come up from Stonebridge and Barrhaven to participate here tonight. I'm proud of our Ottawa folks for hosting. But I want to talk about the other folks that didn't put your hands up yet, because you're the ones that are making this everything. You know, I have had the opportunity in my previous career, before I was city councilor, to travel the world. I was in the military, went all over the place. I did some defense diplomacy. I did some military operations, and I learned something real important. It's that when we talk with folks around the world, good things happen. We make awesome trade partnerships, trade relationships, and I'm kind of sad that I didn't get the chance to spend more time in Africa. I was all over the Middle East, all over South Asia. I was all over a little bit of Latin America as well. But I know that the partnerships that we have the opportunity to grow, not only through our diasporas here in Ottawa, through across Canada, whether it be Toronto, Montreal, there's so much opportunity. There's so much opportunity for trade. There's so much opportunity for our intellectual property to go back and forth in order to grow business, to grow technology, to grow opportunities. So super, super proud as a city councilor of Ottawa to be able to welcome everyone here that's from across the globe. to come here and to say, hey, let's make some good relationships, let's make some good networks, let's build some partnerships, let's grow some businesses, let's grow some educational opportunities, let's grow some diplomatic opportunities. This is awesome. African Development Network. Thank you very much, Andre. Thank you very much, Franklin. Have a great conference.
So before we start with the panel number 3, which is about sustainable agriculture and livestock farming, let's welcome our keynote speaker of the day. He is the founder and CEO of Trade and Development Consulting. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Olivier Moussafari. And then Olivier will be part of the third panel about sustainable food systems, integrating traditional knowledge with modern science. Mr. Olivier.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good. I think we are getting back. Sometimes it's very hard to speak after lunch. But it's also important to speak when people are not thinking about a break. And it's my honor today. My name is Olivier Moussafiri, not Moussafari. Moussafiri, it's a Swahili name. I'm the founder and CEO of Trade and Development Consulting. And it's so important for me to speak on the topic of this afternoon, which is more on sustainable agriculture. And when we talk about agriculture, it's almost linked to trade. And that's how I came up with the name for my company of Trade and Development. And here we gather as African Canadians to see our contribution to the Canadian society. But how do we make a positive change to our respective countries? When you look at the continent, agriculture is very important. And I can say that there is no economic sustainability in Africa without agriculture and livestock. And one of the Nigerian biggest investor, and I may say the richest man on the continent, he once said that if you want to become a millionaire in Africa, the only path is through agriculture. Today we still face a lot of issues as a continent when it comes to sustainable agriculture. Why? Because most of the agriculture is still through the traditional methods. Changing or switching crops for sustainability, still using the traditional kind of manures, and that causes a problem of mass production. And as someone who has spent over a decade in international trade, one of the challenges Canadian importers are facing to import from African market is the lack of sustainability of supply. As we deliberate on topic today, it is important to understand and to address the issues we are facing as a continent. Most small and medium enterprises are working on a very small scale. Why? Because they have lack of support from the government. And here we have some of the government representatives, we have diplomatic corps present here. It is important to see how we can use the technology we have here in Canada to close the gap between Canada and Africa. In the past 2 months, there was a call for public consultation on Canada-Africa strategy. But how many African Canadians are aware of this call? And how did we present our ideas for better transformation of the agriculture, but also to balance the financial books between Africa and Canada? If we can't address properly the issue of agriculture, I can talk about livestock. I think in most of African countries, there is still opportunity for free grazing. But is it sustainable? Climate change is knocking. Are we going to sustain our livestock if we don't integrate technology? And what Canada needs to do to invest in the right sectors? If Canada wants to have a win-win, or if Africa, and I'm not a politician, I'm just an expert, but recently the African Union Commissioner was here. But if there is no win-win investment from Canada to Africa, the sustainable development we are talking will never be achieved. But if also we see the opportunity, how much Canada is importing from other countries, and what Africa has to offer in terms of balancing the demand from the Canadian market and what they need also to expand the opportunities, is by inviting Canadians with rightful experience and tools to invest in the agriculture across Africa. But also, Africa needs to be aware of the open market that is within Canada. For last year, I've been working with the Canadian importers, and we have visited over 16 countries in Africa. The issue is about understanding the demand, but also being ready to work towards those demands. Our respective countries, all African countries, from Morocco to Lesotho, a very tiny country, to Senegal and Ethiopia. We have issues of policies, but we, African diaspora, we need to bring back home what we have learned, how we can bridge the gap by connecting the Canadian investors to our home countries. But also, let's have a voice on what is best for our countries back home, but also benefiting Canadian at large. I thank you, and now invite Albao to present the panelists.
Let's thank once more Mr. Msafari for this keynote speaking that is inspiring. He's going to be part of the panel. I would like to invite to the stage Mr. John Cassidy. He's the managing director of SVJ Ventures Canada. You can clap for him. I would like to welcome Ms. Wendy Harris. She's the president and CEO of Catalyst Plus. You can clap. You can clap. You're allowed to clap. And now let's welcome the CEO of Viande La France, Ms. Indira Moody. And this panel will be moderated by the founder and producer of the Nikki Clark Show, Miss Nikki Clark. Everybody. This panel is about sustainable agriculture and livestock farming. Sustainable food systems integrating traditional knowledge with modern science. This is a great opportunity for you to learn, grow, and connect. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Abel. Can we give him another round of applause? He's doing a fantastic job emceeing this incredible event. So another wellness check. How is everyone doing? Fantastic. Tout le monde? Très bien? Excellent? Fantastic. So it is an honor to be here again to moderate an incredible panel bringing distinguished experts and leaders to explore sustainable agricultural practices and how these practices can transform food systems in both Canada and Africa. So I am very, very excited to hear more about what each panelist does. So I would love for you to please welcome back our keynote speaker. He's part of the panel, Mr. Olivier Moussafiri, the founder and CEO of Trade and Development Consulting. Give him a round of applause, please. And Mr. John Cassidy, who's the managing director of SVG Ventures Canada. Welcome. Round of applause for him. Wendy Harris, a president and CEO of Catalyst Plus. Please welcome her. Good to see you. And Indira Moody, she is the CEO of Viande La France. Please welcome Ms. Moody. All right, well, if you know anything about me, I'm very curious. And I always like to ask people the question about how they started, the origin story, before all the wonderful things came to pass with the work that you do in the community. So I'm going to ask each one of you this question. What inspired you to start your journey in agribusiness? So we'll start with Ms. Indira, please.
Thank you. So actually, it's a great question. First of all, thanks for everyone for being here, taking the time to be here. Thanks to ADN that organized us. It's fundamental if we want to make the bridge gap between Africa and Canada and Canadian African. It's important to have such kind of summits. So thank you for doing it year after year and getting us together. So the journey, why am I in the agri-food? You know what? When I graduated in industrial engineering, I started as in the energy sector. I was hired by a multinational and I started doing oil and gas drilling. And I spent 20 years in that sector. And today I'm in agri, and a lot of people tell me, how did you leave that wonderful world to become in agri? And that's normal for me. I'm a CEO brand leader, and I decided to own my own business. So I took, for my first time of retirement, I took my savings and I decided to acquire a big business. So I acquired with my family the biggest slaughterhouse that is multi-spices that do actually all type of animals except pork and poultry, based in Shawinigan in Quebec. So how did I do that? Because I had that passion of taking care of industry. but I wanted something that makes sense to living and something that is sustainable. So I took that and decided to take it to the next level, which I will have time to answer in other questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And we'll ask the same question, Wendy Harris.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great question. This, I guess the reason my organization focuses on agriculture, agribusiness, is because it's important to our partners and clients around the world. We work on sustainable development, and agriculture, agribusiness is a driver of many economies. It's a huge opportunity. As we'll talk about, there's lots of barriers and challenges, but a huge, huge opportunity. I'm going to say accidentally got involved in international development. My background is I'm a chartered accountant, always working on, or my passion was high growth business. And when I accidentally realized or came across the fact that private business and growing business could have such an impact, social and economic impact around the world, I was sold and been there ever since.
And here you are.
Here I am.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And John Cassidy, please.
Great. Well, first of all, it's great to be here. I actually haven't been to this building yet, so I really appreciate you having me. I think it might help if I give a little bit of context in terms of our organization. So we are a venture capital fund. We come from the financial world in agriculture, but we purely invest in food and ag tech. I'm a former founder of a fintech company. I've worked in venture capital the majority of my career. And when I was with my last company, I took a bit of a career break, and I went to visit Africa, of all places, and wanted to understand a little bit more about the region in terms of like Lagos, a few other areas. In terms of the Bill Gates Foundation, we're looking at helping venture capital funds set up there by becoming LPs. So went to do that, met a couple of individuals there, and wanted to set up an agnostic fund in Africa. What I was told by a very wise individual there is that the majority of people that are employed in this continent are employed in one industry, and that's in agriculture. So if technology and innovation and investment is going to change any industry, it's in that sector. So completely changed the whole scope of what I wanted to do next. So the company I work for, they were headquartered in the United States, in Los Gatos, and they had invested in about maybe 20 companies in the space. We also have accelerator programs that support our investments. And I came into the organization about 5 years ago to set up their Canadian entity. We now have a $75 million fund in Canada. We invest in Canadian companies. We also invest in global companies. We've invested in 3 African companies, and we're looking to more. So me personally, what I wanted to do is I see the sector as hugely opportunistic. People need to eat. They don't need Bitcoin to survive. They need food. And with some of the challenges that are going on in the world right now, such as land space and food production, it's a good space to focus on from an investment perspective. So that's me personally why I focused on it.
Excellent. Thank you. And Olivier Moussafiri.
Really a pleasure to speak after my co-panelist here, because he just mentioned the most employable sector in Africa is agriculture. And for the past decades, working with exporters from Africa, trying to tap into Canadian, US, European markets. There are so many layers of challenges that they are facing. And coming from a trade background, knowing what it takes to be an exporter, but also to meet the different demands and requirements, I felt it would be my contribution to tap into that sector where international trade is still a problem within our continent. There are so many layers of issues we are facing when it comes to infrastructure,
excited to find out that I was a part of this panel so that I could learn so much from you. And I'd like to know what I can do with the land. Right now, we have lemongrass and moringa. So I'll get your suggestions later. But for those who are learning what agribusiness is, as I'm learning, I'm going to ask Wendy, can you break it down for us in layman's terms? What is agribusiness?
That's a very good question. That's a big question. In layman's, it's everything from farm to market. It's from what you need to plant, to grow, to product process, to package, to market, to trade, to export. Everything from soup to nuts.
Amazing. With efficiency and affordability?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sustainability. Exactly. Exactly.
Amazing. That was a great answer. Thank you. So I'm going to ask this question. John, SVG Ventures focuses on innovation in agriculture. So how can Canadian agriculture technologies be adapted or scaled for use in African farming contexts?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Of course.
Yeah.
So SVG Ventures focuses on innovation in agriculture. So how can Canadian agriculture technologies be adapted or scaled for use in African farming contexts?
Okay, I think for Canada in particular, for any ag tech company, particularly as they're starting, any new technologies that might be coming out of universities, startups predominantly need access to three things: access to capital, access to customers, customers and talent. So for capital, there's a lot of new ag tech funds across the country. There's Foregrass Ventures, there's ourselves, there's Ag Capital Canada in Toronto. Companies can't scale without investment. There's a good ecosystem in Canada of non-dilutive funding for commercialization, but getting them to that next stage, they need venture capital in order to support that growth. From a talent perspective, you need the same. You need a good crop of people coming out of third-level institutions to support your company. So that's something that we put a big focus on. And from a customer perspective, there's a lot of farmland across this country. It's quite difficult to farm at certain times of the year in this country. But the reason why I bring that up from a Canadian perspective, it's exactly the same in any other country in the world. You need those three elements in order to grow and scale and have an impact on the industry. I would say one area in particular that Canada needs to improve on is its produce of fresh produce like fruit and veg.
Right.
We import a lot of it here, so maybe that's an opportunity for other countries to look at, because I think we import about 80% of our vegetables into Canada, and 50% of that 80% is from the United States, right? Not from other countries, and it could be from other countries. On the flip side of that, we're also looking at technologies like for control environment agriculture, so growing food indoors. We see a lot of news in data center space in Canada, really growth of that over the last year or so. But we could actually use a lot of that energy to grow food indoors as well. There's a lot of indoor farms that are located in Compton, in LA, that are indoor facilities growing fresh leafy greens. That's an opportunity for Canada, but it's also an opportunity for Africa as well. So it takes time, it takes investment, and it takes good regulation and policies in order to do that. So I would say that, in essence, summarizes the opportunity those three things.
Excellent, thank you. I have a question for Indira Moody. Beyond La France is a key player in the Canadian meat industry. And how can sustainable livestock farming practices from Canada be applied to African markets?
Excellent question. So let me say something very, very basic, right?
Perfect.
Which is the human that are here, we have the same human in Africa, right? So the meat that we eat here is also meat that we eat in Africa, right? So same process. The only thing is that in here we have the process, the knowledge, the regulation, like you said, and the quality base in a sustainable manner that enable that protein to come in from the farming to the plate of a person in a procedural manner. And we are in a very, very industrialized country, which has been built year after year after year the African country, we don't have that industrialization. So we don't, there's, first of all, on the sense of the human schooling, we don't have the skill to understand processes and put it in place. That was the past. Today, we have a lot of technicians, we have a lot of engineers, and we don't have the know-how. Now we are in the process where today, with my own business and other business, we can bring that know-how in back in some of the country where we can bridge the gap of what was missing, because not much is missing, because we have on the ground a lot of livestock, but organizing the livestock in such a way that he said it, with the climate change, we have to think ahead and get some of the farming in specific places and ensure as well that we work in a regenerative manner for the agriculture. And I think the bridging the gap between the livestock itself, it's very, very much feasible. We need to invest inside the transfer of technology, inside the transfer of the know-how, and it's absolutely feasible. I'm very, very happy to see that there's a lot of African countries that said we want now to stop importing, we want to stop importing meats. So how do we do that? By organizing at the country level, by villages, our own livestock, and having the process on the ground of transformation. So that's how we get ourselves organized.
Well said, absolutely. Thank you so much. Yes. Fantastic. I have a question for Wendy Harris. What specific role do you see for women in agriculture in Africa? And how can we ensure that they have the tools and resources they need to succeed? What do you think?
Great question. So the role of women in ag in Africa is enormous. It cannot be overstated. They are the vast majority of producers, processors. They're a huge part of the marketplace. The other thing is that they're leaders. So I'll give you an example of a couple of
what are the most urgent challenges facing agriculture and livestock farming in Africa today? And how can integrating traditional knowledge with modern science help address these challenges?
That's a very interesting question, but also quite not an question where things can be tackled from different angles. I think one of the most challenge I can say is lack of governance to have proper policies that address the issue of agriculture, where there is less investment from respect
support African farmers in integrating new technologies while respecting cultural traditions?
Tough question. I think
You're welcome.
I take ag tech overall in terms of agriculture and technology. Ag tech technology is probably 10 years behind, or ag tech is probably 10 years behind technology advancements as it is in other sectors, right? There's various reasons for that. I would say the primary reason is adoption. Farmers in general quite slow to adopt technology. There is, it's not, quite frankly, there aren't too many farmers hanging out in San Francisco drinking cappuccinos, and likewise there aren't too many technologists hanging out in farms seeing it as an opportunistic sector to build a business. However, agriculture does have different cultural differences in different regions across the world, not just in Africa, and you have to be respectful of that. However, the industry does have to get to a point where it standardizes in some practices, otherwise technologies and new companies, and there's a lot of African ag tech companies that are trying to integrate not just in Africa, but all over the world. So if African farmers can support them and adopt their technologies, not only will it help them in their continent, but it will help them scale their business globally as well. So I think that's really, really important to mention. From the role of investors in terms of supporting that, I think from our perspective, we've decided to focus purely on this sector, on food and ag tech. And one of the core issues we've had, or core challenges we've had, is that when we go out and raise our funds, we have to go to the biggest financial institutions, family offices, high net worth individuals, and convince them that this is a sector that can give them the same returns as any other sector that they're looking at another opportunity, which is not easy. And in terms of advancements in the role that we play, we're already playing that role. We're trying to really get bigger, large-scale investors thinking about this sector as an opportunity, not just an opportunity in North America, but an opportunity all over the world and in Africa as well. But what I'll just leave you with in this point is, while there will be cultural differences and technology advances, African farmers need to support the entrepreneurs in Africa as well for the industry to actually grow and sustain and be profitable.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I have a question for Wendy.
Can we help you by asking questions to him directly on the investment?
Yes, feel free.
Yeah, that would be good.
You are welcome.
It's a great conversation. So we talk about returns, right? And here we are going to convince investors that invest here is going to have the same type of return. I challenge the fact that the return that you're going to get by doing, oil or gold versus water, farming, or energy, and some of the products are first necessity, some of the products are second necessity. I challenge today, it's true that today, the returns required, they're asking you basically the same type of returns for any type of project. After COVID, we saw that we have health sector, all the first services that are primary for sustainability of our life, right? So why is it that such kind of services, which sustainable food is part of it, should have the same type of returns than the others one? I question that in investment. I will think that with what we learned with the COVID, we'll see investment rating changing, but I'm not seeing that, so I'm questioning it.
No, I mean, look, industries will vary in terms of different returns they get in terms of the margins that are there. I think the biggest thing you saw in COVID was impact on supply chains. I think toilet paper is probably one that springs to mind. When people were queuing up, that can't happen in food. That can't happen in food, particularly in areas that we need it most. So what you've seen based on that is an increase in investment on supply chain technology, on, I mentioned earlier, indoor farming, so vertical farming, to be able to grow food indoors, be able to control some of the weather conditions based on growing that food. And you will see a birth in that. It's challenging because that industry has taken a hit since COVID as well because of energy prices that are dictating some of the prices on the food as well. Look, the problem you've just described is the problems I go through every day. It's a difficult sector to to really get quick returns, I'd say, and in a sector where we look with venture capital is we're looking for quick returns on what you're doing. And agriculture requires patient capital. So other forms of capital I think will come into agriculture as time goes on, like venture debt. I think will become more prevalent. But it will require patience, but we need it. And I think that's the core point.
At the end of that, it's require patience.
And I sometimes don't like mentioning government as part of what we do, because governments are a part of the solution. They're not the solution. And certain regulations can help investors as well enter in certain jurisdictions, like tax backs and whatnot. But you raise a very, very good point. But if there's no simple answer right now that I can give you, I wish I could.
All right, thank you. Any remarks, Olivier or Wendy? Anything that...
This COP29 of today is actually talking about those type of financing, which is a long-term financing, and which is where if we want to impact the world in the climate change, we must think long-term. The quick return are in sustainable food, it's a reality. If we want that to happen, we have to think 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, and then yes, we can capitalize and get sustainable processes that make sense and that is taking care of the renewability.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. I have a question, Wendy, for you. As a founder, I've been kind of looking at your profile online and quite a remarkable journey. Tell me, what is the biggest reward in what you've done so far?
That's a great question. I think I would have to go back to, so there's a time it's rewarding, there's a time it's frustrating, right? Because there's not enough money, right, for sustainable development, which is necessary to get the governments and businesses up to a place where you guys want them to trade, et cetera, and invest, all that. But reward comes in so many places. I'm going to say the most powerful one is when I get out from behind my desk and go to the fields, visit my local teams who are working with the local partners, and I see just how powerful it is when one of our advisors, I should have explained, I have a roster of over 1,700 Canadians, highly experienced, 20, 25 years of experience in the field in which they're going to be advisors to our clients. The power that access to that information, to that support, the impact that it has. And it blows me away every time. Fills my battery so that I can come back to Canada and try and advocate for more money, for more programs. And it also really humbles me in terms of the attitude of our clients and partners. We work around the world, but we're talking particularly about Africa today. The drive, the energy, the intellect, again, inspiring.
Fantastic. Thank you. Indira, I'm going to ask you the same question. What's the biggest reward for you so far in this journey?
That's a great question. I will go very simple, yeah? Yesterday, on my LinkedIn, that's on LinkedIn, there's a lady that did a post. And then she's based in Senegal, in Dakar. And I was there 10 days ago, right? Where I was a keynote speaker at the 4th International Summit of Entrepreneurs. And I was invited by the delegation of Quebec, based in Dakar, taking care of several African countries. And that lady must be, between 25 and 30 years old. And then she posted our pictures and all that. And she said what stood up for her is the inspiration I could give her out of the speeches I gave. And I just told my story, right? I'm a normal human being, came in here at 16 years old, decided to study. The only thing that my parents are medical doctors, they're not entrepreneurs. But the only thing they were asking me to do was to study and to finish my university degree, which I did, right? And then I took that and I worked hard every day. And then today we own a whole machine of business that we are able to apply the know-how back in Africa, right? And then for her, that journey inspired her. And I told her that she's a pearl and she will make her own story. And the only thing you need to know is that learn how to stand back when you fail. That's the only thing you need to do. Because failing is part of our journey, right? Every day we find failure, we find this happened to our kid or ourselves, or we had something, but then wake up and then get back, continue the journey. And I felt, it was important to see that you impact young generation and then you leave them with something. I'm going to tell you another story that I think um, touched me. Here I am with my father. My father is 81, 83. My both parents, they're at home actually. This morning I had my mom that closed the door after me, and saying, okay, have a safe trip. Make sure you drive safe. So dad was having an argument with me and saying, oh, you travel a lot, you're working, give me your kids back home, I'm going to take care of them, educate them. I look at him and say, Dad, you know what? You gave me a very well education. So you're going to do me something. You're going to leave me the favor of educating my own kids. But what I'm going to promise you, because they are living back in Africa, for nothing they want to live in the cold here. So they told me he wanted to do that because he wanted them to know Africa. I said, no, I'm going to raise them where I am with the family, but I will ensure that before they retire, they will love Africa. So if there's one thing we can do to ourselves, is to make sure that we love back our motherhood and ensure that our kids do that. So I think that's the best thing, reward I have in doing my own work, is because I'm able to give back in Canada to my community, to the Canadian community with who we grew and back home as well. That's what makes me.
Brilliant. Fantastic. Thank you. Olivier, I'm going to ask you the same question.
That's very, like, speaking of all the great people that we are sharing. I do follow a LinkedIn and the post that we kind of inspired me. It's very hard to know what, because we come across so many challenges and we do one contribution here, but there is a series of other support that also come from other people. So it's very hard to say that I take this, but I will take this one example, one of the cases that at least I can say has really touched me. So back last year, I was on my way back to Canada via London, and I was just completing to launch one of the projects in Uganda. And one young lady came and sat just next to me. There was a flight from Kampala, Entebbe to Amsterdam. We started chatting. She told me, oh, I'm going to a wedding for my cousin in Frankfurt. And also I'm going to explore and see if my coffee will have a market. A coffee. So she's into coffee export. And that kind of really struck my attention because I'm from international trade and I know coffee is one of the most exportable products from East Africa. When I asked her journey, how she kind of started a company, I handed her a card, my personal card, and I wrote with a pen that if you go back to Uganda, go and reach out to this company, they will help you. There is a training coming up. If you are serious, then you'll be able to be linked to other businesses trying to export, but also an opportunity may come and you may be one of selected companies to go and exhibit to Germany, which had already an opportunity to see what is there and how her coffee could really make it to the German